15% are employed but not in business. Graduates create social enterprises that empower communities and drive sustainable development. The Entrepreneurs Alumni Development Cooperative offers microfinancing, supporting graduates in launching and scaling ventures. The program showcases strategic subject placement, action-based approach to teaching and learning, and a university-wide entrepreneurial training. Beyond cultivating self-employment, the program empowers graduates to become job providers who contribute meaningfully to the economy. With a forward-looking vision, the program is dedicated to producing innovative entrepreneurs who will drive sustainable societies and shape a resilient future. With all these, Bicol University nurtures minds, empowers entrepreneurs, and builds sustainable futures.
The Sustainable Livelihood Program helps reduce poverty among sweet potato farmers in Albay, who face vulnerability due to limited support. These farmers vary in age and gender, mostly run small to medium farms, and income differences relate to farm size and education. Income mainly comes from farming, supported by livestock used as savings and insurance, which helps manage risks but does not fully eliminate economic vulnerability. Cooperatives are vital for securing capital. By combining cash crops and livestock, farmers can generate quicker income and strengthen their finances. The Alpfacieds project supports the Kamote Creations Cooperative, focusing on inclusive, sustainable development in parts of Albay and Sorsogon provinces. The project has 7 key components, from profiling and capability building to cooperative enhancement and offering holistic support from skills to market access. Early results include 38 farmers profiled, 187 trained, better management practices, working capital provided, financial coaching done, and a farm-to-table enterprise established for market assurance. Alpfacieds aims to transform communities by empowering farmers with the tools and support to build resilient, sustainable livelihoods, marking a hopeful new beginning for farming in Albay. The Alpfacieds project is now ready to ignite transformation, empowering sweet potato farmers with the tools,
on our 12th anniversary, we, at the Philippine Statistics Authority, mark a new milestone, the launch of the Philippine Statistical Quality Assurance Framework, or PSCAF.
Quality statistics are more than numbers. They are the silent force behind every decision that shapes our future. They guide policies that build classrooms, strengthen our healthcare system, grow our economy, and protect our environment. With accurate data, leaders act with transparency, accountability, and vision.
But without quality assurance, statistics lose their power and credibility. When data is weak, people make decisions in the dark. Policies misfire, resources are wasted, and communities are left vulnerable. To meet this challenge, we present the PSCAF. Grounded in Republic Act 10625 and strengthened by PSA Board Resolution number 17, Series of 2019, it ensures our statistics meet the highest international standards while remaining true to the Philippine context. A structured approach built on 4 levels, guided by 19 quality principles, and supported by 93 requirements, ensures quality at every phase of the statistical process in PSA. The PSCAF ensures that every statistic is standardized, reliable, and trusted. Its purpose is clear: to strengthen governance and standardization, building a unified culture of quality, shared accountability, and consistent processes across the PSA. Second, to uphold technical excellence, aligning with international benchmarks while ensuring credibility, reliability, and comparability. And third, to build trust, so that our statistics guide evidence-based policy making, inspire public confidence, and advance both national priorities and global goals like the Sustainable Development Goals. We present the PSCAF.
Every Filipino community has its own story. Stories of progress, challenges, needs, and opportunities. To truly understand these stories, we need more than numbers. We need community-driven data that is reliable, accurate, and accessible. Introducing the CBMS Portal, the official online hub for presenting and sharing statistics derived from the community-based monitoring system. Built for government agencies, local government units, researchers, the academe, and the public. The CBMS portal makes data easier to use for smarter decisions. With the CBMS portal, you can view localized Sustainable Development Goal indicators straight from your community level. Start with a simple data table, then instantly convert it into a graph. And just as quickly, transform it into an interactive map. Go even deeper by disaggregating data by sex, age group, or urban or rural class. And download or export the data for planning, research, or policy use. From national planning to local program design, from academic research to community advocacy, the CBMS portal turns raw statistics into actionable insights. Because when we understand our communities better, we can serve them better. This is the CBMS portal.
Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. Is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University.
On our 12th anniversary, we at the Philippine Statistics Authority mark a new milestone, the launch of the Philippine Statistical Quality Assurance Framework or PSCAF.
Quality statistics are more than numbers. They are the designing force behind every decision that shapes our future. They guide policies that build classrooms, strengthen our healthcare system, grow our economy, and protect our environment. With accurate data, leaders act with transparency, accountability, and vision.
But without quality assurance, statistics lose their power and credibility. When data is weak, people make decisions in the dark. Policies misfire, resources are wasted, and communities are left vulnerable. To meet this challenge, we present the PSCAF, grounded in Republic Act 10625 and strengthened by PSA Board Resolution number 17, Series of 2019. It ensures our statistics meet the highest international standards while remaining true to the Philippine context. A structured approach built on 4 levels, guided by 19 quality principles, and supported by 93 requirements, ensures quality at every phase of the statistical process in PSA. The PSCAP ensures that every statistic is standardized, reliable, and trusted. Its purpose is clear: to strengthen governance and standardization, building a unified culture of quality, shared accountability, and consistent processes across the PSA. Second, to uphold technical excellence, aligning with international benchmarks while ensuring credibility, reliability, and comparability. And third, to build trust, so that our statistics guide evidence-based policy making, inspire public confidence, and advance both national priorities and global goals like the Sustainable Development Goals. We present the PSCAP.
Every Filipino community has its own story. Stories of progress, challenges, needs, and opportunities. To truly understand these stories, we need more than numbers. We need community-driven data that is reliable, accurate, and accessible. Introducing the CBMS Portal, the official online hub for presenting and sharing statistics derived from the community-based monitoring system. Built for government agencies, local government units, researchers, the academe, and the public. The CBMS portal makes data easier to use for smarter decisions. With the CBMS portal, you can view localized Sustainable Development Goal indicators straight from your community level. Start with a simple data table, then instantly convert it into a graph. And just as quickly, transform it into an interactive map. Go even deeper by disaggregating data by sex, age group, or urban or rural class. And download or export the data for planning, research, or policy use. From national planning to local program design, from academic research to community advocacy, the CBMS portal turns raw statistics into actionable insights. Because when we understand our communities better, we can serve them better. This is the CBMS portal.
across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. Is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development, or BICARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli Simmons or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University.
On our 12th anniversary, we, at the Philippine Statistics Authority, mark a new milestone, the launch of the Philippine Statistical Quality Assurance Framework, or PSCAF.
Quality statistics are more than numbers. They are the silent force behind every decision that shapes our future. They guide policies that build classrooms. With accurate data, leaders act with transparency, accountability, and vision.
But without quality assurance, statistics lose their power and credibility. When data is weak, people make decisions in the dark. Policies misfire, resources are wasted, and communities are left vulnerable. To meet this challenge, we present the PSCAF, grounded in Republic Act 10625 and strengthened by PSA Board Resolution number 17, Series of 2019. It ensures our statistics meet the highest international standards while remaining true to the Philippine context. A structured approach built on 4 levels, guided by 19 quality principles, and supported by 93 requirements, ensures quality at every phase of the statistical process in PSA. The PSCAF ensures that every statistic is standardized,
You may now be seated. And while you are settling down, again, we would like to remind everyone that on the first floor, we have the exhibits. There are different infographics downstairs, and also our partners also have their respective exhibits. So please find time within the 2 days to go downstairs. So for this morning and this activity, we are honored to have with us the governor of the province of Albay. He found time in his busy schedule to welcome each and every one of you. Now, to give us the welcome remarks, I would like to call on stage the governor of the province of Albay, Honorable Noel E. Rosal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Diyos maray na aga po. Gusto ko muna i-acknowledge our Regional Director of NEDA, Madam Cynthia Berses. Pakanta po siya. And of course, the office that's very instrumental para sa tuyang CBMS. We have no less the Regional Director, Cynthia Perdiz, ma'am. Special mention, of course, to our President, Baby Boy Nebres III, represented or members of our administration. Yusik Claire Mapa, and other guests, fellow workers in the government, our students, and of course, our speakers this morning. Diyos maray na aga, giraray. First of all, I'm so excited that once again, I'm invited by Bicol University, wherein I really see that Bicol University is one of the top university right now in our country. Parapakan natin ang Bicol University. You know, when it comes to CBMS or Community-Based Monitoring System, hindi ito bago sa akin. As you all know, I've been a mayor for so many years. This is one of the measuring tools of our local government units. This is very crucial in this decision-making. No? As you all know, right now, the President wants to strengthen our Regional Development Council, meaning he wants to strengthen the so-called Regional Development Investment Plan. No? Nandito si Director Berses. Kaya kailangan natin pag-ibayuhin. Kailangan natin involve everyone. When you say CBMS, everyone should be involved. No? Kasi meaning community-based, the grassroots. No? That's why I would like really to commend the initiators of this, of course, Bicol University, the national government, of coming up with our students, because you will be exposed later on ano ang mga ginagawa ng ating mga opisina sa national government saka sa local government offices. So this convention, you will be exposed sa mga programa kung paano natin ito ginagawa, kung ano ang epekto nito at ano ang pupuntahan ng ating mga desisyon. So this CBMS is even supported by various international organizations. No? Naalala ko pa, yung USAID, maraming tinulong sa Legazpi City Government para mabuo namin ang aming mga programa. So today, as we are all gathered in this very important undertaking, I would like to ask everyone, let us pause and reflect of how far we are going in our mission, be it in our university, sa ating mga opisina, because the answer of it will always be the things that we have already accomplished and the things that we are yet to accomplish. So I would like to assure everyone that my presence here is a manifestation of the support of the local government of Albay. We are also committed, my dear friends, of making or doing programs that we are sure, partnering with various civil society organizations and, of course, our academe, especially the national government. Today, as I'm right here with you, I've just finished all the things that I have to do in my first 100 days. First, I have to install the system. Number one, I have to see it that the executive, legislative agenda should be in place. Number two, I have to see to it that the CSOs should be accredited because they are one of those decision makers in our local development council, which is very important. No? Hindi po sanggunian panlalawigan o kaya sanggunian panlunsod ang pinakamahalaga na grupo or council sa pagbuo ng isang programa. It should always be the local development council. So ngayon, you have to update the annual investment program and of course, the provincial development investment plan. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to welcome all of you. I know you have a very busy day ahead and looking forward for a very successful meeting, especially for our students to be exposed and we will be learning something that after graduation will be beneficial in their own respective careers. So, Diyos mabalo sa Indo Gabos. Again, salamat po sa Indo Gabos.
Salamat po. Thank you very much po. Parang last week lang nagkita kami sa awards night. Yung lunch ng CPD. Anyway, so thank you very much again to the Governor of the Province of Albay for finding time to be with the Philippine Statistics Authority. Indeed, the group present here this morning commit to sustainable and people-centered development. Tama po ba? Ay parang wala tayong commitment. Tama po ba? We commit to sustainable and people-centered development. Opo? Opo. Konti lang po yung nag-commit. So anyway, so at this point, we will listen to the opening message to be given to us by the University President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Ibres III, to be represented by our Vice President for Administration and Finance, Vice President Cyrus Barameda.
Okay, to our Honorable Governor, the Province of Albay, Governor Noel E. Rosal, to the Regional Director and the member of the BU Board of Regents, NEDA Director, Ma'am Cha Verses, to the Regional Director of the Philippine Statistics Authority, Madam Cynthia Perdiz, other government officials, fellow government workers, other guests, to the teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Bicol University, good morning. On behalf of our University President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Ibres, and the Bicol University community, it is with deep admiration and solidarity that I extend my support to all delegates, data champions, and community builders for this vital gathering of the 2025 Regional CBMS Convention and Data Festival, united under the theme, Ready, Start, Go, Building Agile, Resilient, and Future-Ready Filipino Communities through Data-Driven Systems. In an era where uncertainty is the only constant, the power of timely, localized, and inclusive data cannot be overstated. The community-based monitoring system is not simply a tool. It is a movement that empowers barangays, municipalities, and regions to make informed decisions, respond swiftly to challenges, and plan boldly for the future through data-driven systems that inform policies. Thus, this convention is a celebration of what happens when evidence meets empathy, when statistics are not just numbers, but stories of families, farmers, fisher folks, and frontline workers, when data becomes the bridge between policy and people. Bicol University, as a university that champions the concept of a university for humanity for sustainable societies, will continue forging partnerships and collaboration with like-minded institutions that value socially grounded policies and advocates socio-culturally context programs. As we move forward, let us continue to champion systems that are not only technically sound, but socially grounded. Let us invest in capacity building, intersectoral collaboration, and innovations that honor the lived realities of every Filipino. To all organizers, researchers, local government units, especially to our partner, the Philippine Statistics Authority, and other community partners, your work is shaping a more agile, resilient, and future-ready Philippines. May this festival spark new insights, forge lasting partnership, and reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive development. Mabuhay ang CBMS, mabuhay ang makabayang estadistika. Diyos mabalos po, and once again, good morning.
Salamat po, VP Cyrus Barameda. So at this time, we shall listen and watch, of course, the keynote message of Undersecretary Claire Dennis S. Mapa, the National Statistician and Civil Registrar General.
This year, our theme is Ready, Start, Go, Building Agile, Resilient, and Future-Ready Filipino Communities through Data-Driven Systems. It is both a call to action and an invitation. Today, we are gathered not just to talk about numbers and statistics, but to engage in conversations that matter, to see data as vital force shaping the landscape of our local development. Our unwavering commitment is to deliver statistics that are accessible, relevant, and reliable. Through this event, we hope you witness how data empowers our pursuit of the country's broader national and local objectives at the very heart of the Philippine Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals. Let us focus for a moment on the power of data, especially the power of community-based modeling system. The CBMS is not just a framework, it is a grassroots, evidence-based tool that brings to life the reality states in our communities. It guides targeted interventions, strengthens participatory governance, and ensures that everyone's voice is heard. In 2024, updating lists of beneficiaries for government social protection programs, and providing local government units the information they need to design projects and programs attuned to the real community needs. Through these sessions and exchanges in the convention, I encourage everyone to see CBMS as more than a set of figures, but as a catalyst for transformation and a mirror of the people's aspirations. Alongside the CBMS, this convention will shine a spotlight on the Philippine Statistics Authority's products, services, and initiatives, tools and frameworks designed to raise the quality, accessibility, and impact of data. Our goal is a culture of evidence-based decision-making that cuts across every sector and every stakeholder. This gathering is more than a forum. It is a platform for connection. We aim to deepen engagement among government agencies, academic institutions, and all partners, fostering active participation, compliance, and a shared sense of ownership over our data governance systems. By promoting this array of PSA's offerings, we move closer to a transparent, inclusive, and responsive statistical system that truly serves our people. As we open this event, let us renew our commitment to a resilient, agile, and future-ready communities to harness data as a force for inclusive and sustainable development. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, to share, and to make a meaningful difference together. Once again, welcome to the 2025 Regional CBMS Convention and Data Festival. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
So there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Undersecretary Mapa challenged all of us to convert CBMS into data-driven development at the grassroots level. So that was indeed very exciteful. So we now come to the context presentation to be given by no less than the Regional Director of the Philippine Statistics Authority, Regional Director Cynthia L. Perdiz, CESO 5.
Thank you, Ma'am Kath. My greetings and utmost respect to our Governor of Albay, Honorable Governor Noel E. Rosal, Vice President for Admin and Finance, Mr. Cyrus Barameda, sir. Of course, our mother, no? The Regional Director of DepDev, former NEDA, ang aking katukaya, Ma'am Cynthia Berces, Dr. Imelda Barce of the College of Science and Philosophy, the entire Bicol University community, my dear participants, maraynal daw po sa Sato Gabos. Two-day event. Naku, sabi ni Ma'am Kat, mahina ang sagot, no? Mahina talaga, hindi nandito naririnig. Are you ready to unpack learnings from this two-day event? Thank you very much. So I too am excited and ready to learn, unlearn, or relearn in this year's Regional CBMS Convention and Data Festival. But before we dive into that, first I would like to ask each and everyone to think of at least 2 or more PSA mandates or responsibilities that you know. May alam kayo about PSA aside from CBMS? So, anong nare-remember nyo? What comes to your mind to hear PSA? So let me know your thoughts by keying your responses. So I think, andyan, may Mentimeter tayo. So teki tayo ngayon. Dahil para survey kami, bibigyan ko kayo ng 2 minutes to register in that code through www.menti.com. So get your phones and show, no? Kung ano talaga ang nasa isip nyo about Philippine Statistics Authority. Sige na, join na. O, lahat may phone. Ang survey namin, sabi, ilang percent ng Pilipinos, lahat may phones. Tingnan natin. Kunin ang phone and register. Ayan, may lumabas na. Pag census daw, it's data, surveys, population, national ID. Ano pa? O, yan lang. Naku, walang lumalabas na ano. Ayan, may birth certificate na. Okay? So I think may trends, may civil registration. Okay. So yun yung alam natin sa Philippine Statistics Authority. So thank you very much for joining the survey. Based from your responses, most of you answered, ayan no, di ba? Data, survey, census, civil registration, population, and lahat yun ay correct. Building on what you have said, the PSA is mandated to be the central statistical authority of the Philippine government. Its responsibilities include collecting, compiling, analyzing, and publishing statistical information as well as conducting censuses and surveys, and of course, administering civil registration function. So nandun po yung ating mga birth certificate, marriage certificate, and death certificate ng ating mga na mayapang kapamilya. The PSA shall ensure the fulfillment of the objectives and provisions as stated in the following laws. Kumbaga, ito yung aming legal mandates. First, we have Republic Act 10625, or the Philippine Statistical Act. So, kabe-birthday lang po namin nung September 12. We're now 12 years after the 4 agencies have been merged into Philippine Statistics Authority. Another mandate is RA 11055, or the Philippine Identification Act. So that's why we have the national ID. And Republic Act 11315 for the Community-Based Monitoring Act. No? So, since 2019 na ito ay nai-publish, nor na-issue, yun na po, sinasabihan tayo na every 3 years we have to conduct the CBMS. Para, sabi natin, ma-address. Actually, ang major niya is to combat poverty. And may nakalimutan dyan actually. No? Pero gusto ko nang ipabatid that we have now RA 11995 for the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System. So si PSA po ay naatasan ulit, no, na mag-account ng ating natural resources. Likewise, the agency is further mandated with the following responsibilities. So kami po ang taga-plano, taga-develop, taga-prescribe, taga-disseminate, and enforce policies, rules, and regulations, and coordinates government-wide programs governing the production of official statistics, civil registration services, and inclusive identification system. So halos lahat ng agencies, kami po ay nakikipag-coordinate from time to time to account all of this. Responsible for national censuses and surveys, sectoral statistics, community-based statistics, consolidation of selected administrative recording systems, and compilation of national accounts. So, yun po, we are also able to, kung meron tayo yung gross domestic. The PSA now positions itself as a partner in local development. That's why sa CBMS po, talagang ang disaggregation natin hanggang sa barangay, and we invited lahat po ng LGUs, barangay, no, yung local government units, lahat ng cities and municipalities were invited to this convention, and granular data that informs planning. Yung pagpaplano natin dapat may basihan, no? Budgeting, sinabi rin po ni Governor kanina, no? Yung ating investment programs, ay ito po ay lahat may pinagbabasihan. So that's planning, budgeting, and service delivery. We are working hand in hand with communities to build inclusive. So kanina po, sinabi ko na yan, inclusive progress from the bottoms up. It's helping local leaders make smarter decisions with real, reliable data, and making sure that even the most overlooked voices are heard and counted. Yung mga hindi natin napupuntahan doon sa kasulok-sulukan ng ating barangay, yun po ay napupuntahan ng ating mga enumerators. The shift says a lot. Statistics aren't just numbers. Statistics are a vital tool in improving the quality of life too. So yun ang gusto natin. Mabago yung ating buhay. Sabi natin, panatag for data-driven decision-making, particularly in ensuring the efficient collection, analysis, and application of CBM's data. Napakahirap po, no? So up to now, we are still, no, may mga validation pa tayong ginagawa, no, before we turn over the data to our local government units. Recognizing these challenges, the 2025 Provincial CBMS Convention and Data Festival, or the Regional CBMS Convention and Data Festival, with the theme, Ready, Start, Go, Building an Agile, Resilient, and Future-Ready Filipino Communities through data-driven systems. This is organized to strengthen the role of CBMS in fostering adaptive and sustainable local development. So this year's regional convention theme is a dynamic call to action, as mentioned by our Undersecretary, that blends urgency with data literacy. It signals the need to be prepared. So we are ready, informed by statistics. So we have data and statistics. And proactive, that's the goal in shaping communities. By bringing together representatives from national and local government agencies, academic institutions, and civil society organizations, this event seeks to strengthen multi-sectoral partnerships, enhance local data governance, and optimize the utilization of CBMS to drive sustainable development goals and inclusive growth at the grassroots level. In this two-day event, we are all going to journey in this year's theme with the following objectives. Explore the CBMS as an effective development tool that provides valuable data for research and community improvement. So mga estudyante, marami po tayong data. Mga nagre-research, mga nagti-thesis writing, available po maraming data tayo sa CBMS and sa PSA. Enhance statistical literacy among students and foster a deeper appreciation of official statistics, empowering them to make data-driven decisions. And introduce the SDGs, so nakikita nyo yung 17 goals, no? And emphasize their vital role in promoting sustainable development at the local level. Napaka-ideal po, no? Pero napakahirap ma-attain yung 17 goals na yan, and we have the indicators to provide. In order to achieve this year's convention objectives, allow me to show you a roadmap of the topics that we will be taking as we journey towards building agile, resilient, and future-ready Filipino communities through data-driven systems. So, nasa slides po, nakikita natin, no? Yun yung ating i-discuss, i-learn, unlearn, and relearn during the 2-day event. Ready, start, go. In essence, the PSA helped transform numbers into action, ensuring that development is data-informed, inclusive, and people-centered. This event will also highlight the following activities in promoting PSA services, use of data, and presentation of relevant statistics along with our stakeholders. So makikita nyo dyan, we have the presentation and awarding of entries for the pre-event contest. We have statistic talk, no? Stat shots, nakikita nyo yung pictures doon sa ground floor, kung ano ang dinidepict, no, sa ating mga SDGs. Meron tayong family feud like PSA survey says. We have report it right. So mga estudyante, mga colleagues, no, we have the data reporting contest. Tingnan natin kung sino yung mga galing dito. And of course, we have the 2025 CBMS Gawad Galing Lokal. So these are LGUs na nag-submit ng entries para tingnan at let them know kung paano ginamit ang CBMS sa kanilang mga programa. We have at the ground floor the exhibit booths. We have from DICT. So baka gusto nyong ma-learn yung mga EGOV apps, no? Importante yun sa atin. We have the DSWD booth. We have the booth from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. And the Philippine Economic Society na galing po ng Bicol University. We will also be providing services for the national ID. So hindi pa nare-register, nangangailangan ng kopya ng inyong transaction slip, queries, then we will cater to that. And tomorrow, kasi po ngayon, nag-serve muna kami doon sa mobile caravan sa Tabaco. Tomorrow, our CRS mobile outlet. So kung gusto nyo ditong kumuha ng inyong mga birth certificate, marriage contract, right there, no? We can print your request. So meron tayong mobile outlet. We have also SDG booth para mas malaman nyo kung ano yung mga SDGs. And our data enclave. So our data enclave will show you, no? Will walk you through kung paano mag-request. It's like, di naman siya raw data, but kumbaga, yun na yung tawag natin, micro, no? Para na siyang database ni PSA wherein kung ano yung gusto nyong tabulation, no? Yun ang data ang kailangan nyo, then you can request and para may bigay sa inyo, no? So, but may proseso po tayo. But that is now a very rich, no, database of PSA's data or information. And then launching of the CBMS portal and PSA e-learning platform. So maya-maya po ipapakita natin yung ABP for that e-learning platform. So I think that ends my presentation. Maraming salamat sa inyong presensya and good morning everyone.
So sabi ko kay RD, parang na-excite po kayo sa exhibit. Ano po? Kumuha po kayo ng marriage certificate. Baka hindi nyo alam, kinasal na po pala kayo. Ano po? So, mas mabuti nang alamin natin. So, thank you very much. RD Cynthia Perdiz. So you offered the participants an exciting glimpse of what will take place in the 2 days activity. So sabi po kanina ni RD, ang PSA ay storyteller. Kung nakinig po kayo, sinabi niya po na maraming kwento na sinasabi ang datos. And for Bicol University, we will also tell a story this morning through a cultural performance that will be given to us by the Bicol University dancers. So ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to our student performers.
Biglang nagsilbi
So that was the Bicol University dancers, trained of course by Professor Wilven Mendaza. The chorale this morning was trained by Professor Apple Rubio, and both groups is under Professor Mark Glenn Tejada. So, inaantay ko po sana sila na lumapit sa inyo para pasayawin kayo. Kaya ngayon ko na-confirm, seryoso ang Philippine Statistics Authority. So, yaman din lang po at seryoso kayo ay pumunta na tayo sa seryosong parte ng program. Tama po ba? Dahil seryoso talaga ang mga taga-PSAs sa pagkuha ng maayos na datos. Okay, so we now come to the information field. If not, the start of the information-loaded sessions, as we have our plenary session 1. The topic that will be delivered is on the role of the government in strategically building agile Filipino communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for plenary session 1, topic 1, currently serves as the officer in charge of the Community-Based Monitoring System, Planning and Coordinating Division under the Community-Based Statistics Services of the Philippine Statistics Authority. In this role, she oversees the formulation of policies, plans, and programs related to the implementation of the CBMS. She also directs the coordination among CBMS stakeholders to ensure data-driven decisions for community development, significantly advancing the PSA's mission in providing accurate, statistical information for evidence-based policies. Our speaker holds a master's degree in public management from the University of the Philippines, Open University, which has helped her develop essential skills in governance and public service. She also holds a bachelor's degree in social sciences with a major in economics from the University of the Philippines, Baguio, where she developed a strong foundation in social sciences and economic theories and principles. So, my dear participants, please help me welcome Ms. Jeline Faye C. Fernandez.
Thank you po, Ms. Kat, for that medyo long introduction. So, good morning po ulit, everyone. Kamusta po kayo? Okay pa naman po ba tayo? Parang wala pa akong sumasagot. Kulang pa po yung snacks. Sana nabusog kayo kahit pa paano ng snacks po, no? So, good morning po ulit, and it's always a pleasure to be surrounded by distinguished partners, leaders, and of course, members of the academe who share a common purpose, which is to help shape communities that are not only stronger, but also smarter and responsive. And today, our communities are facing pressing challenges such as rising prices, o kaya yung mga climate-related disasters, rapid technological change, and even governance concerns. So, to thrive amid these challenges or realities, Filipino communities must be agile, ready to adopt, eager to collaborate, and as well as willing to innovate. So, my presentation today will explore the government's role in strategically building agile Filipino communities and how, of course, ang ating community-based monitoring system or yung ating CBMS empowers both policymakers and local stakeholders, including the academe, to design solutions that are evidence-based, inclusive, and future-ready. So, next slide po. So, let's begin with the CBMS itself. So since its enactment in 2019 through yung ating Republic Act number 11315, the CBMS or the Community-Based Monitoring System has become a valuable tool for collecting, processing, and validating data at the local level. So it ensures na yung information po na nakukuha natin ay accurate, timely, and of course reflective sa needs ng ating mga komunidad. Also, the CBMS provides leaders with critical insights on poverty, education, and other key indicators. So, with this information, yung ating government po, yung government programs na ginagawa po natin can become more targeted, resources more efficiently allocated, and yung gaps po sa ating communities can be effectively addressed. But beyond data, yung ating CBMS po empowers communities or fosters yung ating tinatawag na community participation. So through the CBMS kasi, since yung ating data po sa CBMS ay kinokollect at the household or barangay level, yung ating community members po ay directly involved sa pag-provide ng information tungkol sa kanilang sariling situation. So through this, yung ating mga local leaders and stakeholders naman, pwede silang mag-engage sa pag-validate and paggamit doon sa information provided, making them active partners in planning and implementing solutions that truly respond to the needs of their communities. Now we've seen how the CBMS equips Filipino communities with reliable, data-driven, and insights that empowers yung ating mga leaders, engaged citizens, and guide sustainable development. However, of course, yung data alone does not drive change. So, kailangan yung ating mga communities po, kailangan nilang malaman kung paano gamitin yung data na to para ma-solve yung mga kanya-kanyang challenges na fini-face ng kanilang communities. So, dito po papasok ang ating tinatawag na agile community building. So, agile community building, creating spaces for collaboration, continuous learning, as well as adaptability. So, ang purpose po ng ating agile community building is to make sure na yung ating communities remain relevant and resilient in a fast-changing environment. Now, having defined the purpose and goals ng ating agile community building, pumunta naman po tayo sa key principles ng isang agile community. So, yung agile community po natin is anchored on 4 key principles, each of which, of course, is strengthened by the CBMS. First, yung ating data-driven governance. So, ang agile community po kasi, nagsisimula siya sa paggamit ng accurate and localized data para mas magkaroon tayo ng informed decision-making. Now, with the CBMS, yung ating mga local government units po, mas makakapag-design na po kayo ngayon ng interventions na, as I have been saying earlier, na mas responsive siya sa needs ng inyong communities. Next key principle is yung tinatawag po nating people-centered development. When you say people-centered, now itong 4 na principles po ng ating agile community provide the framework for applying agile practices to community development and governance. Next. Now, we've seen the key principles of an agile community. So, may data-driven governance, people-centered development, responsive and adaptive local planning, as well as participatory and collaborative governance. Pero ang question po ngayon naman, paano po natin pakaganahin itong mga principles na ito? So, dito po papasok yung ating CBMS. So, let's define the CBMS more clearly. First is, as you can see, the CBMS refers to an organized technology-based system of collecting, processing, and validating necessary disaggregated data. So, the CBMS, yung data collection po niya requires local participation, which means yung ating mga communities po nagpa-participate to gather information about poverty, education, health, employment, and other various indicators pa. Next, yung ating scope naman po ng CBMS, beyond just collecting data, the CBMS also involves monitoring ng ating development outcomes at the local level. So, pag meron na pong data yung ating mga LGU, so kaya po nilang ma-monitor yung mga development sa kanilang communities, as well as identify kung ano pa yung mga kulang, yung mga gaps, and of course, mas mag-guide pa yung kanilang pagpaplano and pag-i-implement ng mga programa. Now that we've defined po kung ano yung CBMS, ano yung scope niya, punta naman po tayo sa objectives ng CBMS. So, Ano-ano nga ba yung mga objectives ng ating CBMS? So, it has 3 objectives. At the local level, yung ating CBMS ay ginagamit po ng mga ating mga local government units para sa pagpaplano, sa paggagawa ng mga programa. At the national level naman, the CBMS also ginagamit siya ng ating mga national government agencies sa pag-generate and pag-disaggregate ng data necessary sa pag-target ng kanilang mga beneficiaries. Now, another objective po ng ating CBMS is yung ating generation ng local level statistics. So, through the CBMS, aside from ginagamit yung data for planning, program implementation, ginagamit rin po siya para makapag-generate tayo ng local level statistics such as yung ating local sustainable development goals or local SDGs and yung ating multidimensional poverty index. So itong mga indicators na to, they help track progress and it also ensure that development efforts are inclusive and aligned, of course, with the national and global goals. So through these objectives, yung CBMS po natin becomes more than just a data collection tool. Of course, it becomes a strategic instrument for inclusive and data-driven governance. And what makes the CBMS more powerful, of course, is how it translates its objectives into action. Of course, by empowering yung ating communities with data. First, yung ating CBMS data po can be used to support evidence-based policy making at the local level. So, ibig sabihin po nito, instead na nagre-rely yung tayo sa mga outdated information or assumptions, magagamit po ng ating local governments ang CBMS para panghalili or mag-guide yung kanilang decisions para mas based siya sa actual verified data mula sa kanilang mga communities. Second naman po, yung ating CBMS provides a holistic view of community needs and resources. So, since nagko-collect yung CBMS ng comprehensive data across multiple sectors such as yung health, education, livelihood, and others, mas nagkakaroon ng clearer picture yung ating mga local government units kung ano yung mga local conditions na hinaharap ng kanilang mga stakeholders. So, nakakapag-identify through the CBMS ng mga realities na piniface ng communities such as sino-sinong mga households yung wala pang access sa basic sanitation like water, sino-sino yung nakaka-experience ng food insecurity, mga ganong mga information po possible natin malaman through the CBMS. And lastly, of course, the CBMS puts people at the center. Since by focusing on quality of life, through the CBMS, pinipinpoint niya yung critical areas for people-centric development, which ensures that yung ating programs, interventions are very responsive sa pangangailangan ng individuals and families. So, in short, yung ating CBMS po turns data into a powerful tool for inclusion, empowerment, and better governance at the grassroots level. So kasi pag aware or alam ng mga communities yung na nakikita sila through yung data, nakakapag-build yun ng trust. And when yung ating local government units, for example, use the data to allocate resources, design programs, and engage citizens, it of course builds accountability. So, this is what you call yung ating data empowerment. Kung saan yung information nagpo-flow po siya up, not just upward sa ating mga national government agencies, but also downward and outward to the very communities that we serve. So sa mga next slides po, ipapakita ko yung mga examples ng ilang mga LGUs kung paano nila nagamit yung kanilang CBMS data. So for example, sa Baguio City, meron kasi silang goal na isang smart city. So ang vision po nila ay maging isang smart city. So this Baguio City was one of the pilot areas of the CBMS in 2021. And through their CBMS data, nag-develop po sila nung tinatawag nating Social Vulnerability Index or yung SBI. So yung SBI, ang ginagawa daw po nito is minamap out niya yung mga vulnerable populations across yung barangay sa Baguio City along yung mga variables on economics, population, housing, and exposure. And then, through the SBI, nakakapag-identify sila ng priority barangays for social protection, housing support, disaster preparedness, and targeted programs pa. Now, for mga programs po na ginagawa or ginamit ng LGU through the CVI is, of course, yung, for example, may targeted social welfare and urban planning efforts sila. Ginamit po nila yung CBMS data and then SVI for that. And then, of course, meron silang resilience building measures such as disaster preparedness and targeted infrastructure improvements aligned dun sa findings ng kanilang SBI. So, this is the kind of agile governance that we want to see. So, nakikita dito na through the data, nag-lead siya sa isang action. Next example po ng LGU is yung ating LGU Bayugan City. So, ginamit nila yung CBMS, hindi lang para mang-inform, they also use the CBMS to transform. So, ginamit ng LG yung sa kanilang CBMS data para mas ma-improve pa yung quality of life ng kanilang constituents. So, for example, ginamit nila yung CBMS data by providing mga vitamins sa pregnant and lactating mothers as well as provision ng supplemental feeding programs and others. So, this is how we ensure that our development work is relevant, inclusive, and timely. Now, last example po ng LGU utilization of CBMS data is that of sa Carmona City, Cavite po, wherein ginamit nila yung kanilang CBMS data para sa paggawa ng kanilang tinatawag na carer program or yung comprehensive approach, responsive education and rehabilitation. So they also built yung mga socialized housings as well as mga livelihood initiatives and even dito kasi sa CBMS, nakukuha rin natin yung data dun sa mga various vulnerable sectors natin like yung ating persons with disabilities or PWDs. So since yung Carmona City, nagkaroon po ng data or number ng PWDs nila, ginamit po nila yon para magtayo ng tinatawag nilang Definitely Happy Store. So dito makikita natin na yung household level data cuts across different sectors. And yung disaggregated indicators allowed yung ating LGU Carmona to identify specific vulnerable segments. So that is how nakatulong yung data po sa kanila to reach yung right people at with the right services. So which is very strategic and of course responsive governance in action. Next slide. So ito naman ito po pala yung last example ng LGU utilization ko, which is yung sa LGU Suyo in Ilocos Sur. So yung LGU po nila, nakapag-provide po ng 80 toilets sa 18 households. So baka yung iba iniisip nyo na bakit ang konti lang nung numbers na yan, like 18 lang yung nabigyan nila ng toilets. So, kung iisipin kasi, yung ating CBMS, makikita dito ito yung information talaga kung sino yung nangangailangan talaga. Kumbaga, pwede tayong makapag-prioritize through yung ating CBMS data. So, through the CBMS, ine-ensure na matatanggap talaga nung mas nangangailangan yung kanilang yung tulong and also meron ding effective allocation ng resources. So, through the CBMS, pwede pong ma-ensure na yung ating resources sa LGU, for example, are effectively allocated. Of course, reaching lang yung talaga yung kung sino yung mga nangangailangan. So this also proves that we can't give the same solution to every community and expect the same results. Dapat yung ating mga approaches must adapt sa ating local context. And we must also be flexible. We must adjust. And most importantly, kailangan po nating makinig sa ating communities. And one way to listen to them is through data. So as we look ahead, our vision is clear. Resilient, empowered, and data-driven communities. So I hope na through my presentation, you have seen po na CBMS is more than just a system for gathering data. So it has been the heartbeat of community empowerment, transforming numbers into stories, challenges into opportunities, and local voices into actionable change. Let us be reminded that the CBMS is not just a government project. It is a movement toward building agile Filipino communities where governance, of course, is data-driven, people-empowered, and development is both inclusive and sustainable. Now, we encourage every LGU and every partner here to continue using the CBMS not just a report, but of course as a roadmap to responsive policies, data-driven decisions, and people-centered governance. A roadmap that leads towards agile, resilient, and future-ready communities. And of course, for our students, we also encourage our students here to use the CBMS naman as a learning tool and to take it as an opportunity to better understand the realities of our communities. Of course, sa research ninyo, and then analytical skills ninyo, and of course, to prepare yourselves na rin as the next generation of our leaders and change makers. So with this, the PSA remains committed to supporting all of you, our LGUs, partners, and champions in this collective mission. Together, we can ensure po that every community is not just counted, but truly seen, heard, and uplifted. So, Jos Mabalos po, thank you, and let's continue working toward a Philippines that is ready for anything. One community, one data set, and one smart decision at a time.
We'd like to acknowledge the Mayor of Gainsaka, Camarines Sur, Honorable Glenn. Okay. Good morning po. Would you like to join the Director Perdiz and Director Cynthia? You're good. All right. So we shall now proceed with plenary session 2 with 2 topics. Plenary session 2 is on monitoring the regional sustainable development goals for evidence-based decision-making. Our topic 2 presenter is a senior statistical specialist at the Philippine Statistics Authority, Regional Statistical Services 5, under the Statistical Operations and Coordination Division in Legazpi City. He has over 2 decades of dedicated service in the Philippine statistical system with extensive experience in statistical operations, civil registration, administrative functions, and local data systems. In addition, in service, data integrity, and grassroots development, our speaker continues to contribute significantly to evidence-based governance in regional development planning through reliable and inclusive statistics. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to discuss an SDG regional pace of progress, Mr. Neil E. De La Torre.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so what time is it? It's already 11. So this is quite a long discussion on SDG. Makikita po natin dyan sa lahat, so lahat tayo magiging familiar with the words that I am saying and discussing. So nandito po ang ating mga goals. So tingnan natin na lang po yung mga, as I've mentioned, the goals, nandyan na rin po yan lahat sa ating harapan. Okay. To our distinguished guests, kanina po nandito si Honorable Governor Noel E. Rosal, and also kanina nandito si Vice President Cyrus Barameda representing Bicol University President Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Dinabres III. To RD Edna Cynthia Esberces from DepDev 5, ma'am. Regional Director of PSA 5, Ma'am Cynthia Alperdis, ma'am. To my PSA colleagues, nandiyan po lahat. Fellow speakers, representatives from the regional line agencies, as well as the local government units. I've seen familiar faces from Camarines Norte down to Masbate. Lahat po tayo represented. Nakita ko si Ma'am Paz Cagimbal of Del Gallego and Sir Ed Rana of Mandaon, MPDC, sir. Sa lahat po, members of the academe, students, half of the Philippine Sustainable Development Goals. Nabanggit nga ni RD kanina, isundan. Ano po, kasi napakarami and napakarami din pong challenges ang ating nai-encounter along the way as we measure the pace of progress. Okay? So, the data submitted to the Philippine Statistics Authority as of February, and we will have a discussion on the measure used in the estimation. Kasama na po dito yung regional SDG pace of progress and where the regions stand in terms of achieving the SDGs. And lastly, we will have some initiatives and next steps being done by the Philippine Statistical System to ensure that no Filipino, regardless ng kanyang location, will be left behind. Okay. The Sustainable Development Goals, ito po ay 15-year plan designed to balance social development, economic growth, and environmental protection, ensuring that no one is left behind. Ang Pilipinas, kasama ang 192 member states, affirm dito sa commitment na ito. It is resolved to free the human race from the tyranny of poverty and to heal and secure our planet. It is a unique and ambitious goal of leaving no one and nowhere behind by the end of 2030. To help ensure that the countries will be moving towards the achievement of the 2030 agenda, the United Nations Statistics Commission, sila po ay nag-adapt ng 244 indicators to monitor itong lahat na 17 goals. Kasama po dyan ay noong March 2017. So kasama po sa 17 goals, we have 169 targets, but then this was later on updated to 251 in March 2025. To ensure alignment in the country context, several consultations, workshops, were undertaken from ano ang available sa Philippine statistical system. In 2017, initially, nag-identify tayo ng 155 indicators. In 2023 and 2024, this was later on updated to 158 indicators, kung saan 98 of which are the global indicators. Ibig sabihin po ng global indicator, sila po yung indicator na exactly the same as the indicators adopted by United Nations Statistics Commission. 34 are proxy. Ito naman po yung mga indicators that are similar to the global indicators but are not exactly the same on what we have in the Philippine statistical system. 26 of that indicators are supplemental indicators, which refers to those that were not included in the global indicator framework, but we deem pwedeng gamitin natin to monitor the target and goals, and it is available in the Philippine statistical system. Meanwhile, the Philippine Statistics Authority was designated as the official repository of the Philippine SDG indicators, which entails monitoring of its achievement. For the core SDGIs, using the National SDG Indicator Framework as reference, sa Regional Cluster Workshop po, ito po ay na-conduct, which tayo po ay nag-assess kung ano ang maaari nating i-monitor sa regional level. Ano po? And with the regional level na SDG indicator, we were able to identify 70 SDG indicators to monitor 14 goals and 42 targets. To measure the regional SDG pace of progress, it follows the approved methodology developed by the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or the UNESCO. So nagbibigay po sila sa amin, pinapagamit nila po tayo ng free application online para lang po doon natin i-input yung mga result of the indicators, yung mga data na nagagather natin, at doon po natin ini-input sa SDG tracker ng UNESCO. Okay, so when we measure the goal level, nakikita natin, number 1, sa goal level, we measure the current status index. Okay? PSA uses the current status index for measuring how much progress has been made since 2015. It assesses the current state of progress made since 2015 in relation to the progress needed to achieve target by 2030. The length of each bar shows the progress of the country since 2015. And when we measure the CSI, dapat mayroon po siyang at least 2 or more data points and the 2030 numerical target as committed by the responsible agencies. May mga data din po tayo na available, kung magtatanong po tayo, dahil meron kaming nako-collect, lalo na sa mga regional line agencies natin. May nako-collect naman kami para sa SDG na ito, but then, wala po siyang numerical target. Kaya hindi natin naisasama sa pag-measure ng current status index. Now, at the target and indicator level, number 2, PSA uses the Anticipated Progress Index, measuring how likely will the target be achieved by 2030. It provides measure of how much extra effort is needed in order to meet the target by the end of the target year, that is 2030. Let us all assume that the pace of progress is sustained. Ito naman na API, or the anticipated pace of progress, if we will measure the API, dapat mayroon pong at least 3 data points ang indicators na kinocommit ng mga responsible organization. At present, PSA RSSO 5 has measured the pace of progress towards the SDGs by generating po yung current status index and the anticipated progress index. These measurements have enabled the agency to produce data visualization that will provide a clearer picture of how the region is performing in terms of SDG achievement. To better understand CSI, 3 po ang possible outcomes based on the comparison between CSI value and the required threshold for the current year, that is 2024 sa case natin. Sa pinapakita sa ating slide, if the bar reaches or crosses the 2024 threshold line, meaning po the region has achieved the expected level of progress to date. On the other hand, if a bar shows advancement from 2015 but misses the 2024 line, it has made progress but is still short to achieve the expected progress. Umusad po tayo, kaya lang hindi tayo umabot. Ano po, parang hindi ganoon kalaki yung effort natin when it comes to achieving the target natin for the threshold line. However, if the bar shows progress but towards the opposite direction, yan po yung mga indicators na natin na nagre-regress. So it is regressing. Now the figure shown, this is the result of the current status index of Bicol region for 2024. Out of the 69 SDG indicators, only 55 satisfied the data requirement of having at least 2 data points based on the submissions as of February 28, 2025. These indicators were assessed against the 2030 numerical target provided by DepDev in July 2024. As a result, the Bicol region recorded 5 SDG goals that show advancement since 2015 but fall short or misses the 2024 line or the expected progress. These are Goal 2, Zero Hunger. Goal 3, Good Health and Well-Being. Goal 4, Quality Education. Goal 7, Affordable and Clean Energy. And Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution. So sila po yung mga naka-blue. Kaya lang hindi na-miss pa rin natin yung 2024 threshold line. Meanwhile, 7 SDG goals were found to be regressing or moving away from their targets. These are Goal 1, No Poverty. Goal 5, Gender Equality. Goal 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth. Goal 9, Industry Innovation and Infrastructure. Goal 10, Reduce Inequalities. Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. And Goal 13, Climate Action. Ang Goal 5, kung napapansin natin, is naka-grid line siya na red. That is because for Goal 5, Gender Equality, only 2 out of 5 identified indicators had available data. Now, the RSSO 5, medyo nandoon po sa amin yung challenges and for measuring also the current status index, unang-una, dahil po yan sa unavailability of data. We have insufficient data for Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Goal 14, life below water. Goal 15, life on land. And Goal 17, partnership for goals. The updated list of the Philippine SDG indicators, kasama na po yung SDG Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. Sana po ma-approve ito, and we are expecting this before the end of the year. This update is part of the scheduled agenda for the upcoming fourth quarter PSA board meeting. Additionally, the updated core regional SDG indicators are also set for approval during the same meeting. So, following endorsement from our RSCs and regional development councils. Okay. Next, we will move on to the anticipated progress index. Ito naman po, meron naman siyang 3 achievement levels. Kinocode po siya using traffic light colors. Yan. Sa data visualization, makikita po natin, green if it is on track. Pag sinabi po natin on track, it will meet the target with the current rate or minor effort. Yellow if it needs acceleration or needs extra effort to accelerate the current rate of progress to achieve the target. Pula naman kung siya ay regressing or walang progress na nangyayari. Since this measures the gap from the 2030 numerical target, the closer the index to 0, meaning yung pace of progress niya is better. Okay. Kaya yung on track po natin, ang API value lang niya is 0 to 9. More than that, doon na po siya sa need acceleration. Next slide. Given the data requirements for estimating anticipated progress index, yun po ay at least magkaroon tayo ng 3 data points, kasama na ang numerical target. We are able to estimate the pace of progress for 46 out of 70 indicators. And out of that 46, mayroon po tayong 8 indicators that are on track, 21 needs acceleration, and 17 indicators naman po ay regressing or no progress at all. On the other hand, aggregating the indicators doon naman po sa target level, we will be able to monitor about 28 out of 40 SDG targets, and out of the 28 SDG targets, mayroon pong 4 na target na on track, or it will meet the target with the current rate. 11 naman po needs extra effort, and 13 targets are regressing or no progress observed. Now let us look into the anticipated pace of progress index made under each goal in Bicol region. For goal 1, dito siya, no poverty. Inside that box, kung i-imagine natin, for goal 1, mayroon lang tayong 3 targets and 9 associated targets for goal 1 in Bicol region. Siyempre, ito pong 3 targets na ito, nakapag-comply sila sa requirements na at least mayroong 3 data points and the defined numerical target. Under goal 1, there are 3 targets, isa po on track and 2 regressing. At the indicator level, only 1 indicator is on track, that is target 1.2.1, the national poverty. Under target 1.4, access to basic services, 3 indicators need acceleration. These are the proportion of women aged 15 to 49 with a live birth in the past 5 years, the net enrollment rate in secondary education, and the proportion of families with access to secure tenure. Additionally, 3 indicators under target 1.4 are regressing. Sila po ay ang net enrollment rate sa kindergarten and elementary education and the proportion of families with owned or owner-like possession of housing units. Under target 1.5, resilience to disasters, 2 indicators are regressing: the number of deaths, missing persons, or directly affected individuals from disasters, and the proportion of local governments that adopt and implement local disaster risk reduction strategies. Now, for Goal 2, this aims to end hunger. Under this goal, only 1 target and 3 indicators meet the required data standards. So under Goal 2, only 1 target. As I've mentioned, ito po yung target 2.2, malnutrition is currently available, kaya lang needs acceleration. Sa kanyang indicator level, merong 2 indicators that also need acceleration. It is the prevalence of stunting and the prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies. On a more positive note, meron naman 1 indicator, the prevalence of malnutrition is currently on track. Next, Goal 3. Goal 3 focuses on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. Under this goal, meron tayong 8 targets and 13 associated indicators na nag-meet ng data criteria natin. Out of the 8 targets under Goal 3, only 1 on track, 5 require acceleration, and 2 are regressing. At the indicator level, meron po tayong 4 na on track. Sila po yung births attended by skilled health personnel, birth delivered in a health facility, under 5 mortality, and adolescent births. Additionally, 7 indicators need acceleration, while 2 indicators are regressing. Goal 4, this aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities para sa lahat. Mayroon naman po tayong 4 na targets and 7 indicators measured satisfying the data requirements of at least 3 data points and the numerical target. Out of the 4 targets identified natin sa Goal 4, 3 or 3 require acceleration while 1 is regressing. At the indicator level, 6 indicators are in need of acceleration and 1 indicator is regressing. Specifically, the participation rate in organized learning under target 4.2, early childhood development. Goal 5, which focuses on achieving gender equality. These include having at least 3 data points and define numerical target. Only 1 target and its associated indicator currently meet the required data criteria. Both the identified SDG target and indicator under Goal 5 are currently classified as regressing. So, yan po. For Goal 7, this aims to ensure access to affordable and clean energy. Under this goal, only 1 target and 1 indicator meet the required data standard. The identified target and indicator under Goal 7 are currently classified as needing acceleration. Specifically po, Target 7.1, which aims to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy, and its corresponding indicator, access to electricity. Sa Goal 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Meron naman po tayong 3 indicators at 3 targets na mini-measure for this Goal 8. And dahil po tatlo lang din ang nakapag-comply sa data requirements natin for Goal 8. Out of the 3 targets under Goal 8, isa lang po yung on track. Yan po yung target 8.6, youth not in education, employment or training. 1 needs acceleration, target 8.1, and 1 regressing, that is 8.5, employment and decent work. Meanwhile, sa kanyang indicator level, the proportion of youth aged 15 to 24 years not in education, employment, or training associated with target 8.6 is on track. Real GDP per capita growth indicator for target 8.1 needs acceleration. And target 8.5 is regressing. Goal 9 naman po, Goal 9 aims to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Meron tayong 1 target and 2 indicators measured na nag-satisfy din ng data requirement of at least 3 data points and a 2030 numerical target. For Goal 9, 1 identified target is classified as regressing, target 9.2, and at the indicator level, nagkakaiba-iba po ang kanyang progress. While the indicator on manufacturing employment requires acceleration, the indicator naman on manufacturing value added is currently regressing. For Goal 10, that is reduced inequalities, only 1 target and 1 indicator meet the required data standards. Both the identified SDG target and indicator sa ilalim ng Goal 10 are currently regressing. Yan pong target 10.2 and ang kanyang associated indicator indicator 10.2.1, population living below 50% of median income. For our Goal 11, that aims to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and resilient, and sustainable, meron din tayong minomonitor o minimeasure na 2 target and 2 indicators. Kaya lang, both the identified SDG targets and indicators under Goal 11, both currently are regressing. Under this goal, 1 target and 2 indicators meet the required data requirements. And all the identified SDG targets and indicators under this goal are also regressing. And lastly, Goal 16, this aims to promote peace, justice, and strong institutions at all levels. Under this goal, 2 targets and 2 indicators meet the required data criteria. And out of the 2 targets under Goal 16, that is target 16.1, reduction of violence and related deaths, along with its indicator, average index crime rate is on track. However, target 16.9, the legal identity, with its indicator, children registered with a civil authority, is regressing. Okay. So, given po na the current pace of progress across our Bicol Region Sustainable Development Goals, it is essential to highlight the efforts being made on the ground. So here are some initiatives and proposed next steps that will contribute to the ongoing SDG tracking and development in our region. With the development po of the 2024 pace of progress, actually po na-approve lang ito last week. So it needs to be presented to the Special Regional Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, SRC SDG. Hopefully po, Ma'am RD, we can meet before this month ends doon po sa SRC SDG na nakausap ko po para po mai-present din namin itong bagong pace of progress natin. We will also move for the adoption of the 2024 SDG pace of progress through RSC resolution. And we will also conduct updating of PSA RSSO webpage for the 2024 pace of progress. And of course, palagi nandyan ang ating support for the formulation or the updating of our regional SDG catch-up plan. Currently, these are the statistical products produced by PSA RSSO 5 for the monitoring of SDGs. We have the SDG webpage, SDG Watch containing the baseline data, latest data, and the 2030 targets, kasama na po yung mga data sources. Lastly, sa ating SDG webpage, dito po natin na ire-report ang pace of progress at the goal, target, and indicator levels. You may access this information by scanning the QR code shown on your screen. So lahat naman po yan available, downloadable naman po lahat ang ating SDG Watch and other information relevant to the topic SDGs. For more information regarding this topic or your data needs, you may visit, call, or email us. Contact details po are displayed on the screen. So in conclusion, advancing the Sustainable Development Goals requires continued commitment. As Ma'am RD have said, napakahirap na talagang i-compile sa amin. On our part, repository ng records, kami nagtatago. But then, mahirap itago yung data na kulang. Ano po? It is not complete, hindi nagmi-meet sa standard or does not meet the necessary criteria para ma-measure natin yung pace of progress. So, continued commitment, collaboration, kasama na po yung innovation para sa pag-track natin ang ating development and SDGs. So, I hope this presentation has provided valuable insights into the current progress and the way forward of SDGs for Bicol Region. So, thank you all for your time and attention. Alam ko po nagugutom na kayo. Okay, sa muli po, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Neil. Sabi po ni Sir Neil, nagugutom daw po kayo. Hindi pa naman po siguro kasi sobrang busog po ang ating mga isipan sa binigay na information. Sa sobra-sobra pong busog, kaya po natin makinig pa sa mas magpapabusog po. Tama po ba? Uy, ala naman kayo. Diyos ko. Tama po ba? Ay, salamat. At gising pa po kayo. So sige nga, kumusta po ang LGU nyo sa performance sa SDGs? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Secret na lang daw po kasi baka ma-videohan. Okay, so there you have it. We have seen how we are faring so far as the SDG is concerned. So we now come to what is being done and what could still be done. And this part will be given to us by the Regional Director of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development of Region 5 and the Vice Chairperson of the Bicol Regional Development Council. She has previously served as the OIC Regional Director and she was the Assistant Regional Director of DepDev Region 5 and Secretary of the Bicol Regional Development Council. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness in University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and Master in Public Management and Development in the Development Academy of the Philippines. She was awarded as the Most Collaborative Re-Entry Project Award of the Public Management and Development Program Middle Managers Class Batch 2. She has previously worked as an economic researcher for the DA Farming Systems Research and Development Project, as well as an instructor for agribusiness management, economics graduate and graduate school at the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, and then eventually the Camarines Sur State Agricultural College. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Regional Director of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development 5, Regional Director Edna Cynthia S. Perses.
Good morning. Morning pa ba? How many SDG goals do we have? Very good. What's number 1? What's number 2? Very good. What's the last? What's number 8? Dali, dali! Tandaan natin yan. Okay, so good morning to everyone. May I have a raise of hands? Who are the students? Kahit po yung masteral and doctoral students pa rin yun. LGUs? I see Mr. Gonzaga and Mr. Ocampo. Mr. Ocampo talaga ang apelido mo. Line agencies? Nasusupog ka mo. Okay. We have private sector. Meron. Private sector. Okay. And ang ating host institution, Bicol University. Asan po tayo? Where? Ay, hi. Salamat po. And of course, ang dahilan ng lahat, nagkatipon-tipon kita, ang Philippine Statistics Authority, led by the Regional Director, Cynthia Perdiz. Thank you very much for organizing this event. At least, may mga first-timers na nadangog ang SDG goals o nadadangog tang SDG goal, but we are not really kulang pa na isa puso natin ang SDGs. The topic assigned to me is monitoring the regional sustainable development goals for evidence-based decision-making. Kanina pa emphasized that the CBMS is a tool for evidence-based decision-making. Meaning, bibigyan mo lang ng toilet yung walang sanitary toilets. Lalagyan mo lang ng bridge yung yung may tubig na dumadaan sa ilalim. No? Ano mga hugot tayo ni? Aram naman ito ang hugot mo niya ng mga panahon. The outline of my presentation, intro, current policies related to SDGs. Next slide, please. We have the use of the EPIC tool, the Bicol SDG catch-up plan, and implementation and monitoring of the catch-up plan. The Philippines and the Bicol region have been firm advocates of the Sustainable Development Goals since its formal establishment in 2015. Our development plans are guided by our commitment to align the Philippine government's policies to the 17 SDGs. We want to leave no one behind by making sure that we follow the roadmap to the future we want. So again, I would like to refresh the group with this slide. Next, okay. What's this slide about? What's this slide about? 1, 2, 3. Ano yun? Ambition natin. Ang hina naman. Talaga pala, ma'am. Mahina palang boses dito. Please have your voices louder kasi pagdating dito, mahina na. Okay. What's this slide about? Wow, lumakas ang microphone nyo. Thank you. It is a vision. It is an ambition. It is not a plan. Now, please correct that. Most of you have heard about Ambition Natin 2040. Sino po ang hindi nakarinig or naka-attend ng maski anuman na meeting na pinag-usapan ang Ambition 2040? Meaning, lahat po kayo, no? Walang nag-raise ng hand. Lahat po tayo dito ay kahit konti ay alam kung ano ang Ambition Natin 2040. It is a 25-year vision for Filipinos and the Philippines, aimed to be an anchor for development planning across 4 administrations. Let me again emphasize that it is a vision, it is not a plan. In a nutshell, this is the life Filipinos want. Can we say it all together? A matatag, very good. Matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. When we say matatag, that's strong family and community ties. Maginhawa, comfortable lifestyle. Secure future, that would be panatag. How does Ambition Natin relate to the SDGs? Ambition Natin is the Philippines' national vision, while the SDGs are global commitments. The two are integrated so that achieving Ambition Natin also means contributing to the achievement of the SDGs. This is slide. What do you see on the slide? This slide shows the progression of plans toward Ambition Natin 2040. Since Ambition Natin 2040 is a vision, we need concrete plans to realize it. Shown here is the progression of plans towards achieving this long-term goal. How many medium-term plans are there? Oh. How many? How many do you see, please? 4. There are 4 medium-term plans. So in what medium-term plan are we in now? Second. 2023 to 2028, and we have just had the midterm update of the 2023 to 2028 plan approved by the RDC. In the PDP framework, hindi nyo na mababasa sa likod, no? But I am sure you will be able to see the colors. In the PDP framework, as shown in this diagram, you can see that the PDP's strategic objectives are carefully mapped to relevant SDG targets. The SDG, masyado atang malaki po. Yeah. Can you see the SDG goals within the framework? Kita nyo po? If you don't, eto siya. Yeah. This just shows which chapters of the regional Philippine and regional development plans are aligned with the sustainable development goals. For example, under promote human and social development, where do we see that? Yeah. Under promote human and social development, we see SDGs related to, what do you see? Kitang-kita, no? Health, quality education, gender equality, and sustainable cities and communities. These show our focus on improving Filipinos' overall well-being, education outcomes, and community resilience. By the way, if we can zoom, ano ba yun? Out or in? Litlitan. Yan. How many colors do we see? At the top, we have the yellow color, which is Ambition Natin 2040. Next is the a shade of blue, economic transformation for a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. This is the medium-term goal. Can we read it together? Economic. Okay. Given that we want to have economic transformation, one pillar of the RDP is in green, that is economic transformation. The prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society would be taken care of the red colored frames. And the blue ones, ito yung sinasabi natin, bedrock strategies. Excuse me. Okay. On the production side, that's green. Transforming sectors like agriculture, industry, and services ties to what SDG? Bilis. SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, as well as SDG 8-17 on partnerships. These support more quality jobs, modernized production, and competitive products. The enablers at the bottom, which are good governance, good governance, peace and security, macroeconomic stability, infrastructure, and climate action are also mapped to SDGs 16 and 17. They emphasize the need for strong institutions, partnerships, and climate resilience to sustain progress. By explicitly linking PDP strategies with the SDGs, we ensure that our national actions are globally relevant, measurable, and inclusive, helping us address development gaps while contributing to the broader international. This integration strengthens policy coherence, guides resource allocation, and promotes partnerships across sectors, that every intervention moves closer not only to our national vision of a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay, but also to our shared goals. As we see in this slide, the Bicol RDP aligns closely with the PDP framework, and importantly, it also directly incorporates the SDGs into the regional priorities. The framework here shows how our key development strategies for Bicol connect with specific SDG targets. Let us have an example. Yun na pala yun. Okay. So for the next slide, we have naalala niyo pa yung presentation ni Mr. Neil? O na ano kayo? Na information overload. But that was a presentation on the pace of progress of our SDGs. I would skip that part. I will go straight to the Bicol SDG catch-up plan. To catch up with the SDGs in 2024, the region prepared the SDG Regional Catch-up Plan, focusing on the 28 lagging indicators, including the 11 indicators that need acceleration and 17 that are regressing. Marami pa, no? The catch-up plan was prepared by the Special Regional Committee on SDGs, which contained the following as shown on the screen: the assessment, issues and challenges, initiatives, opportunities, the targeted SDG matrix, and the implementation and monitoring mechanism. The 30 agenda by addressing lagging and regressing indicators identified through the PSA's core regional SDG indicators. Okay. For the SDG pace of progress, we have priority areas. So based on the presentation a while ago of Mr. Neil, we have priority areas. This means these are giving us indicating pressing need to enhance the overall well-being of Bicolanos. First, the region must focus on advancing universal health care and nutrition and improving access to quality education. There is also a need to accelerate efforts in addressing the climate crisis and developing communities that are more resilient, sustainable, and well-planned. We have issues and challenges on SDG catch-up plan implementation. The Bicol region continues to face several barriers in achieving the SDGs. These include resource constraints, environmental challenges from recurring disasters, and social and cultural barriers that affect access to basic services. We also face institutional and structural limitations, such as policy gaps and weak coordination, alongside persistent issues in employment and livelihood, as many Bicolanos remain dependent on low-paying and vulnerable jobs. The Bicol SDG catch-up plan was developed to directly address these gaps. It identifies lagging indicators, prioritizes actions, and strengthens multi-stakeholder collaboration to accelerate progress. By tracking this progress, these barriers head-on, the plan seeks to ensure that development gains are sustained and that no Bicolano is left behind as we work toward the 2030 agenda. Next, please. Next. To accelerate progress toward the SDGs in Bicol, it is vital to close information gaps through stronger advocacy campaigns, just like this, and highlight how sustainable practices improve people's well-being. Equally important is fostering collaboration among LGUs, NGOs, the private sector, and communities to harness diverse underscores the need to mobilize resources through international aid, public-private partnership and innovative financing, while strengthening capacity building for local officials and implementers. These combined efforts provide a clear pathway toward a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Bicol. By focusing on regressing indicators, you've seen those indicators, excuse me, strengthening collaborative governance, ma-achieve ang SDGs 2030. Okay, let's go to catch-up plan monitoring. The Special Committee on SDGs monitors the implementation of the catch-up plan through the status of programs, projects, and activities that are crucial in delivering results to ensure the attainment of the SDG targets. While DepDev, as the SRC SDG Secretariat, spearheads catch-up plan monitoring, the agency relies on the active engagement of stakeholders. PSA through the SDG Pace of Progress and SDG Watch, regional line agencies for project implementation, local government units, also for project implementation and monitoring, and the private sector as partners in regional development. To reach our SDG goals, particularly in the region, we encourage all the stakeholders to take part in the initiatives to harness concrete and significant results. By the way, the SDG catch-up plan can be accessed in our website, depdev5 at neda.gov.ph. Thank you very much for listening and good day.
Thank you very much, Regional Director Persis. So, at this time, we shall have the open forum. Now, may I request, of course, the presence on stage of the OIC Chief Statistical Specialist from Philippine Statistics Authority, Masbate, Ms. Ana G. Bahamundi.
Thank you, Kat. Once again, good morning or good afternoon na po ba? Oh, just in time, 2 minutes before good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Okay, while we are setting up the stage for our panelists, I think we would like to begin our open forum with introducing our panelists, but siguro later na lang. May I just remind everyone that we will be making this a very participative forum and, of course, a respectful one. And to look for a mic, state your name, your affiliation, and that's it. You can also direct your question to anybody in the panel if you want a more direct answer. So, to provide equal chance for all to ask questions of 2 per participant. However, kung may time tayo, we can go back to you for more questions. So now I guess we can invite our panelists for the first open forum of the day. So, dapat may added confidence tayo to approach the mic in front and ask your question. You can also clarify points Andito po yung ating regional director from DepDev to guide us through the gaps and the plans for SDGs for the region. So again, may we invite our panelists to stay in front for the question and answer or the open forum. From the PSA CBMS Planning and Coordination Division, we have Ms. Jeline Faye Fernandez. From PSA Regional Office, we have Mr. Neil De La Torre. And from DepDev, we have Regional Director Cynthia Berses. So, to our participants, please be ready with your questions. O ako na lang kaya ang mag-question sa inyo. May lunch po ba? Meron po. Naka-ready na po ba ang lunch? Naka-ready na ang lunch. So, anytime po matapos ang open forum, go. Kaya tapusin na po natin yung open forum para may lunch. Okay. Sige. Can we also invite RD Perdiz as our panelist para back-to-back Cynthia ang ating panel. Sige. Yes, ma'am. So ako na lang magtatanong sa inyo, meron po ba ditong pwedeng mag-share para ma-open natin yung open forum, mag-share about SDG monitoring perhaps or CBMS activity sa kanyang LGU for a prize. The house and lot. Opo. Meron po ba? Yes. A very courageous guy from anong LGU po tayo, sir?
Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Teodorico M. Coliano Jr., statistician to ng LGU Presentasyon from the province of Camarines Sur. So my question is that if I can correctly recall sa goal number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, makikita po natin na merong indicators na nag-regress. Tama po ba? So, what could be the reason po? Bakit siya nag-regress and ano pa po ang magagawa ng LGU since directly responsible po kami in the most part of the in uplifting or attaining SDG 11. Yun lamang po at maraming
Sir, would you like
salamat.
to answer your question? Meron po kang gustong sumagot? Anybody?
Parang
Parang si sir. Parang ikaw na, sir. Dahil ikaw may mic. So, SDG 11 po, sir, no?
Hello, sir.
Particular.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Thank you for that question, sir. Actually, sir, for now, for Bicol region, we have not yet started having localized SDG implementation. So all of those presented to the SDG, for the SDG pace of progress, that is in a country's context. Wala pa po tayong localized, so we are really aiming to, yes, we have indicators, pero po ito po kasi ay hindi kinukuha natin sa LGUs. So all of these are coming from the region to the line agencies. From the regional line agencies, kinukuha po natin yan sa national agencies nila, and this is consolidated by the central office of PSA. And after which, binababa po sa atin for Bicol region para mag-come up tayo with our own SDG pace of progress. Opo. Later on, ibigay ko po yung sa source natin for that. Opo. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Tinatanong nyo kung ano magagawa ninyo for sustainable cities and communities. Do we have our comprehensive land use plan?
Ongoing pa po ang formulation.
CLUP.
That's the basic that's the basic tool for ensuring that we have sustainable cities and communities. If we do not have that, sure na, we will not be able to achieve this. So sa mga wala pang CLUP, wala pang CDP, we start with that. And of course, the CLUP should be legitimized through a, what? Kayo nakakaalam nun? Through a?
Resolution po
Zoning
from the
ordinance.
zoning ordinance.
Okay? So yun, gawin natin yon. Paano natin gagawin yon? Do it ourselves. If we do not know how, let us call a friend. You can seek technical assistance, but please do not let them do the task for you. Kasi ang pwedeng mangyari ay magka-copy and paste na lang sila. Baka hindi pa mapalitan ang pangalan ng munisipyo na previously ginamit yung document. Ano po? Thank you.
Hello, Chair. In addition, sir, yung goal 11 po natin, for now, the data that we are presenting, ang data source po natin yan ay OCD. Yes, opo. That is for the deaths, missing, affected persons from disasters. So yan lang po muna ang meet ng required criteria natin of having at least 3 data points and the numerical value. For now po, for goal 11.
Okay po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ko, the statistician of Presentacion LGU. Do we have any more questions from Kamsur? Can we go a step? Dito. So from LGU, student naman tayo. Yes. Please state your name and kung sino yung sasagot ng question.
Good afternoon po. I am Twinkle Esteves from Ateneo de Naga University, Social Science Research Center. My question po is for Ma'am Jolene Fernandez. Kanina po in your discussion, you mentioned that CBMS can serve as a learning tool for student researchers. My question po, in what ways does PSA in partnership with LGUs encourage or support students and academic institutions in using CBMS data for research that contributes to community development?
Thank you sa question mo. So, ang question ay in what way nagawa ng PSA in partnership, of course, with LGUs, yung paggamit yun ng CBMS no, sa academe. So, first, we have, of course, you can use yung ating CBMS data na available from the PSA and also sa concerning na LGU kasi co-owners ng data or may ownership ng LGU yung CBMS data. So, pwede kayong kumuha ng data from the PSA mula sa CBMS and also sa LGU na pwede nyong gamitin if ever may research man kayo or may gusto kayong pag-aralan na subject na available naman yung data sa CBMS. Another, we also conduct mga advocacy campaigns. Meron kami yung data ay mga CBMS info session which is yung community action. Tingin ko baka next year probably mala-launch across the country, mga regions, wherein doon namin pinapakita kung paano mas magagamit din ng students kasi ang main audience namin doon is students, yung ating CBMS data para sa kanilang mga research, studies, or if ever man, pwede rin kayo makipag-partner, for example, sa LGU na if you want to conduct a feasibility study, kuwari sa LGU nila and gusto nyong matulungan yung isang LGU na makapag-develop ng mas responsive na program. So, mga ganong ways, pwede natin gamitin yung CBMS data, not only para lang sa ating mga LGUs, but also para sa inyo na from the academe. So, I hope that answered your question.
Yes po, okay. Thank you po.
Hello, Ma'am Jeline. Pag gusto nila makipag-coordinate sa atin, ano yung requirements natin? Magsusulat? Ganon.
Sige, so sa mga students or researchers na gustong mag-access ng ating CBMS data, pwede kayong mag-email or mag-send ng letter of intent sa cbms@psa.gov.ph kung ano yung mga data na kailangan nyo from sa CBMS. And also, possible nyo rin makita yung data items na available sa CBMS. Available na kasi yung questionnaire namin sa PSA website. So, pwede nyong i-visit doon and makita kung ano yung mga available na data sa CBMS. And also, para mas malapit sa inyo, pwede rin kayong mag-send ng request sa regional office or kaya sa provincial statistical offices ninyo. And then, if available yung data sa kanila, they can provide you with it. If not, they will escalate naman sa central office and then will respond to your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, hindi po kami nagsasabi ng walang data. We'll find ways kung meron. Kung wala naman, i-escalate namin yung request ninyo sa central office. So, any more? Ayan, si Sir from the media. Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon na po pala. Okay. So I'm Paul Hapin po from Radyo Pilipinas Albay. Kanina may kasama ko pero ako na yata mag-isa ngayon. Anyways, ako po actually, di nyo na itatanong, isa ako sa mga dating CBMS or sa recently 2024 PAPSEN CBMS enumerator. So, medyo natutuwa ako kasi parang nakaka-relate ako sa topic talaga ngayon. Pero, since dito muna tayo sa ating SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So, una pong question is to to our DepDev. So, alam naman po natin na ang national government, maraming ginagawang mga interventions para ma-meet itong ating SDG and ma-meet yung mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. And now, my question ko po is, since syempre maraming ginagawa yung national, yung local naman medyo parang minsan sa local, sa LGUs, minsan nagkakaroon ng problema sa mag-implement or let's say kung meron or walang problema. Now, my question po is, gaano kahalaga ang role po ng LGU sa pagkamit or pag-target nitong ating Sustainable Development Goals po?
Pinaka-importante po ang local government units kasi kayo ang in touch with the grassroots, no? So, ibig sabihin, kung kailangan ng data tungkol sa kalagayan ng ating population, ang pinaka-makakabigay niyan ay ang local government units. Especially that yung mga data sets naman ng PSA na ginagawa ay hindi naman yearly lahat. No? Hindi naman yearly lahat, pero yung LGUs can have more updated data dahil mas maliit yung population na ginagalawan ninyo compared to PSA. So it's very important that you are able to have a good set of CBMS data. Lucky na po kayo, maswerte na ngayon ang mga local government units na assisted by PSA. Kasi noon, yung may gusto lang, yung may local government, local chief executive na nakikita yung importance of the CBMS in planning, yun lang ang nag-i-invest sa CBMS. Tango ng tako si Miss Tabaco City. Kasi sila, kahit hindi assisted by the national government, ginamit na nila ang CBMS. That's why in population targeting for planning and for project development, nagamit na ang CBMS. By the way, ang CBMS ay mappable, di ba? It can be mapped. Kaya yung mga LGUs, develop your GIS capability so that you can use your CBMS data, plot it in the Geographic Information System data system, so that you can make scenarios, you can make analysis using the CBMS data in maps. Thank you. Sa local yun ha, sa local.
Apa, thank you. Ma'am, my last question po is for PSA dapat po. PSA Bicol, Ma'am Cynthia Perdiz. So ma'am, tanong ko lang, kailan yung update or do you have latest updates tungkol po sa pag-turnover ng mga CBMS na kinolek namin nung last year? Kasi bago ako graduate Pilipinas, galing muna akong PSA. So medyo na-excite lang ako para makita namin mga pinaghirapan namin sa field.
Thank you. Tapos na tayo actually for data presentation sa lahat ng LGUs in the entire region. And for the data turnover, ngayong September po siya nakaschedule. And I think sa Kamsur, meron na po tayo. And then Albay, kailan ginawa sa Albay, Ma'am Cecil? Data turnover. Yet to be done. Pero may isa na sa Kamsur, I think. Gainsa. So, andito si Mayor. So, thank you, Mayor, for attending. Depende po kasi sa scheme na gusto ng mga LGU. So, sana kami, ang gusto namin by province, no? Isahan. So, para nandun lahat ng mayors and para madalian din, no? Kasi mahirap yung Camarines Sur, 37 yan. But we are happy that may dalawa ng municipal government that we were able na i-turn over ang data. But as promised, ngayong September, gagawin po ang data turnover ceremonies. I think in Camarines Norte, isahan na turnover na gagawin by September 29. So nakaschedule po sila, depende po, nagko-coordinate po ang ating mga colleagues sa provincial office kung ano po yung availability ng ating LGU for the data turnover. But ano lang po, may mga limitations as of now kasi hindi pa lahat totally, kumbaga, kung ano lang, kasi may mga conditions po si PSA bago po nila talagang totally magamit yung data dahil tuturuan pa po sila as to data protection, no, yung data privacy, and then na-mention ni Ma'am yung mapping. So, yung all LGUs will also be trained doon sa ating Geographic Information System, GIS, and data management. No? So, hindi lang ito turn over now sa inyo na, but it has to be maximized and caution. May caution tayo in terms of data privacy kasi very sensitive po. Sabi ko nga, this is a list of households. May mga pangalan ito, may mga characteristics, and hindi pwedeng basta i-share. No? So, kami sa statistics, we only provide figures. Hindi kami pwedeng magsabi ng sino. But sa turnover, yun din po, pinag-aaralin yung data sharing agreement on how this can be used and para ma-address po yung iba't ibang concerns ng ating government and of course the private sector.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, sir, from Radio Pilipinas, and also yung kaninang nagtanong from Ateneo de Naga, Ms. Esteves. Thank you. I think we will be reserving two more. Last two, meron ba? Yes, sir, in blue at the back. And another one, meron pa ba gustong magtanong po? Another from here? Yes, you will be next.
Hello, good morning po. LGU sa Panganiban po, Camarines Norte.
Camarines Norte.
Vic, po. Actually, may query lang po ako. Ganito po yung aking query. Alam naman po natin na ang CBMS may Republic Act na and supposed to be dapat sinusunod. And I think lahat naman po ng mga LGU, yung mga small projects nila para itong mga indicator po natin magawa, ginagawa naman po. Ngayon, ang point ko lang is, paano po natin may impluensyahan through CBMS data And of course, PSA. And of course, si Ma'am DepDep. Kung paano po natin ma-influensyahan na yung pong data natin is gamitin na po ng ating mga agencies on top. Ang problema po kasi natin, example na natin yung current situation, yung 11 nga po natin, na pagdating sa resilience and disaster management, yung mga projects po na bumababa is parang hindi alam anong data ang gagamitin, na ito palang province na ito, itong town na ito yung kailangan nila, mga flood control. So very timely yung tanong na hindi lang naman siguro sa DPWH, but in all other agencies, na ito na yung gamitin talaga natin kasi promote na natin Ang problema, kung nasusunod po natin yung data, ito yung kailangan ng isang town para sa mga flood control na yan. Kasi importante po sa bawat bayan, hindi po namin kaya. Sana masunod na yung sa DepDep, at saka yung sa PSA na ito gamitin niyo mga congressman, mga senator. Because yung ibang mga projects po ng LGU, nagagawa naman pero ito yung problema na po ng bansa. So I think paano po may influensya ng mga PSA data natin na yan and using CBMS, yung problema po natin in the country. Thank you po.
Any takers po?
Sige, upo ka muna. Okay. Bukas, may meeting kami with the Special Committee for Bicol Economic Development. This is composed of representatives, legislative representatives. Ipapaabot po namin yung inyong concern about population targeting sa kanilang mga projects. Ano po? Sige, kumustahin mo na lang ako pagkatapos. Salamat.
Thank you, RD.
Thank you, ma'am. On the part of the PSA po, sabi nga, official statistics are generated by PSA. And supposedly, kung evidence-based nga po tayo, dapat sa planning, sabi na natin, bottoms up. No? So, down sa ating barangay, kung marunong po tayong gumamit ng official data, ang problem lang minsan, ang challenge is yung timeliness minsan. No? So, yung mga ganyang projects, baka ang ginagamit na data yung noon pa. Plus, kung sa engineering, maraming maraming attributes, no? Soil test. So marami. Hindi lang naman siya yung data ng PSA like population, ano ba yung klase ng mga buildings na nandun. But maraming attributions na dapat tinitingnan. So it's not only PSA data, but yung PSA data as an official statistics, yung po talaga supposedly, no? Yan naman, makikita nyo sa budget, di naman kayo binibigyan ng DBM kung hindi siya officially binigay ni PSA in terms of population. So with other, no? So ang ating gross domestic product, employment rate, yun po yung nakukuha sa amin. But sabi nga natin, only ilang percent ng data needs ng LGUs ang pwede i-provide ni PSA. But with the CBMS, ito yung pinopromote natin ngayon, that at the grassroots level, meron na kayo, supposedly. Yun lang po, in 2020, prior to 2022, sabi nga ni, kanya-kanya. No, so hindi lahat ng use ay nagkaroon. But in 2022, nagkaroon po tayo, but the national government ay binigyan lang po ng budget yung 5th and 6th class municipalities, and selected barangays lang po ang na-cover natin. But in 2024, the national government realized the need na talagang dapat magkaroon up to the barangay level ng datos para empowered po yung ating mga barangay sa pagpaplano. And thus, we have this. No? We have the 2024 CBMS, only that, no? May mga data gaps pa din. Like yung SDGs natin, iba pa yung source, mga national government agencies yan. So, interoperability, ano pa yan, no? Yung system na gagamitin natin para at the local level. Yung ano, sir, but kami, grabe ang advocacy ni PSA, naggamitin at, sabi nga, evidence-based. Itong ebidensya, so we do not conduct just a survey for, para lang magka-survey, no? Pinaghihirapan po yan, at yan yung picture na nakikita natin out of a statistical undertaking po. So yun sana, we appreciate your, ano sir, na gamitin officially kung ano yung meron si PSA at official statistics. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much. RD Cynthia and RD Cynthia. We are now on our last question. Okay.
Hello po. So I'm Juna Lorraine Alatan, a third-year BS Economics student from Bicol University. And we're currently on the process of conducting our undergraduate thesis. So ang pinaka-problem po talaga sa amin is paghahanap po ng data, the data na accurate and credible. So from what I recall po from the presentation earlier by Sir Neil, meron po sa SDG 5, which is gender equality. The graph shows a regressing bar in a checkered pattern. So you said po that it means there's insufficient data. So as per your presentation po, may we know what reasons or what are the barriers po of on collecting sufficient data?
Hello. Thank you for that question, ma'am. For the indicators that were presented sa amin, madam, these were all consolidated by the central office. So these are all coming from the national line agencies natin na ito na yung kinoconsolidate in level. Ano po? May identified tayo doon na 5 indicators. Kaya lang, kaya siya po nagregress, at the same time nagre-regress siya, 2 out of 5 of that indicators, yun lang ang may available data. No, though available po yung iba, hindi sufficient ang data. Unang-una po, possibility na hindi, kahit doon sana, mayroon kang 2 points na nasa loob noon po na available ang data. Isa pa na nagiging cost na hindi po siya naisasali sa atin is that wala siyang numerical target na coming doon sa agencies kung saan ang gagaling yung data natin. So sila yung nag-commit po sa atin ng data na yan. So, yun po yung mga ang mayroon po na insufficient data with regards to goal number 5 po, ma'am. Opo. So, ano ko po ba?
Yes po.
May
Thank you so much po, sir.
karagdagan?
Yes. Okay na po. Thank
Kung
you.
ano po, ma'am, if you want to view or if you want to have the list for that, pwede po kayo mag-email sa amin para mabigyan din po kayo namin ng details. Okay po. So hindi lang kasi namin, kasi napakahabang worksheet po ang ginagawa namin just to come up with this progress. So if ever po gusto din natin sa lahat po, However, gusto po nyo yung details ng mga ito, can email us po. Di ba kanina po nailagay namin kanina yung contact details. So, more than willing kaming i-assist po kayo sa inyong mga needs. Thank you po.
Thank you so much po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much from the lady. From Bicol University for the question. And so we would like to thank you all for a very participative forum. And to those who asked questions, again, thank you very much. To the responders, to our resource persons, thank you very much. Please remain in front for the awarding of certificates. As for our closing, may I borrow the words from our first speaker that CBMS is not just about statistics, but also about community empowerment. We spend time, efforts, and resources to ultimately empower our communities through evidence-based statistics. As for the SDGs that our CBMS provides for, let us remember that this SDG monitoring serves as a universal call to action, holding governments and partners accountable for our commitments. Let us leave this forum with the commitment to accelerating actions, enhancing data collection, and sharing and strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships to achieve a sustainable and equitable future for all by 2030. Once again, good afternoon. Okay, yes, thank you.
Good afternoon na po. So don't worry. We will be making a few adjustments in the program. We will be having the launching of the CBMS portal and the PSA e-learning platform in a little while. So may I request you to remain, I think, for the awarding already so that we will not be taking time anymore. So let me read the certificate. Opo, sige. I-adjust daw po para makita ang ating mga plenary sessions 1 and 2 speakers. So the citation in the certificate is Certificate of Appreciation is given to the name of the plenary session speaker for imparting her valuable insights and efforts as resource person during the 2025 Regional CBMS Convention and Data Festival, held on September 16 to 17, 2025 at Bulwagang BUNO Student Union Center, Bicol University, Legazpi City. Given the 16th day of September 2025 in Legazpi City, Albay. Signed, Engineer Ray F. Merhilia, OIC Chief Statistical Specialist, and Cynthia L. Perdiz, CESO 5 Regional. We also would like, of course, to small in big packages. You'll be things could be, no? So we also would like to hand over our next certificate, of course, to the Senior Statistical Specialist of the Philippine Statistics Authority, Region 5, Mr. Neil E. De La Torre. And last but not the least, we have Regional Director of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development 5, Regional Director Edna Cynthia S. Berces. Salamat po. So sa nagtataka, yung kay Sir Neil po, nandun na sa lamesa niya sa opisina. Para iwas na po sa pagbitbit. So salamat po, Madam Jeline Fernandez, Mr. Neil De La Torre, and Regional Director Cynthia Perdiz. Bago po tayo mag-launch ng CBMS portal, at governments to plan better, agencies to target smarter, and citizens to see how development unfolds in their own communities. The CBMS portal provides us with data we can trust and tools we can use. Meanwhile, the PSA e-learning platform Tuklas, short for training and upskilling for knowledge, leadership, and advanced skills, on the other hand, is our invitation to lifelong learning. It's an open online platform offering self-paced courses on statistics, data privacy, the CBMS, and more. Whether you're a beginner or an advanced learner, Tuklas meets you where you are, with interactive lessons, quizzes, and certificates to mark your progress. It's designed to be intuitive, flexible, and inclusive, encouraging digital literacy and continuous education across sectors. Through Tuklas, anyone from local government units to grassroots leaders, researchers, students, and curious form. Pwede nyo po siyang itry mamaya. Kaya may internet connection. All right, so at this time, we shall have the photo opportunity. May I request on stage of course, if I may call in Regional Director. Cynthia Perdiz to please be on stage. And then our picture taking will be by local government. Units. So, and we also would like to call Engineer Raymer Healy. Please, to also be on stage. So may we request PSA staff, please, for 2 chairs. For RD and engineer. On stage. And of course, we would like to call our Associate Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy to please be on stage as well. And we also would like to call the provincial statistics officers per province. Dito daw po kayo sa stage para sa picture taking. Kayo daw po ang magiging constant. Parang ano lang po yan, data, constant. So kayo po yung constant on stage. Pwede po natin i-request sa stage ang ating mga PSO. So for our first group, habang nilalagay po yung upuan, pwede po kayong magpulbo, magayos ng buhok kung kailangan. Because just like data, that picture will stay for life. Diba? Pang forever. Po yung picture na yan. So for the first group, we'd like to call, of course, the local government units and the academe from Albay. Including the faculty and student participants from Bicol University. I repeat, the local government units and the academe from Albay, including the faculty and the student participants from Bicol University. Please be on stage for our picture taking. Asan po yung mga taga-Albay? Tayo po tayo at dito po tayo pumunta. Lahat na lang. We also would like, of course, to request Ma'am Fernandez, please. Hindi ka po nakaligtas sa picture.
Vision for Innovation. The Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship program at Bicol University prepares future business leaders, aligning with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The curriculum merges business planning, startup creation, and management, aiming to grow entrepreneurs who drive sustainable economic growth. Launched in 1982, the program modeled the national curriculum under the CMO No. 17 series of 2005. The curriculum aligns with Bicol University's vision of becoming a university driven for humanity, where courses are sequenced for the step-by-step development of entrepreneurial skills, emphasizing practical and theoretical integration. Ladder 1 focuses on idea generation, product development, and comprehensive market research for business plan creation. Ladder 2 includes in-depth business plan development using structured frameworks. The last ladder focuses on business plan implementation under faculty mentorship. For graduate outcomes, 47% are full-time entrepreneurs, 39% juggle both employment and entrepreneurship, and 14% are employed but not in business. Graduates create social enterprises that empower communities and drive sustainable development. The Entrepreneurs Alumni Development Cooperative offers microfinancing, supporting graduates in launching and scaling ventures. The program showcases strategic subject placement, action-based approach to teaching and learning, and a university-wide entrepreneurial training. Beyond cultivating self-employment, the program empowers graduates to become job providers who contribute meaningfully to the economy. With a forward-looking vision, the program is dedicated to producing innovative entrepreneurs who will drive sustainable societies and shape a resilient future. With all these, Bicol University nurtures minds, empowers entrepreneurs, and builds sustainable futures.
The Sustainable Livelihood Program helps reduce poverty among sweet potato farmers in Albay, who face vulnerability due to limited support. These farmers vary in age and gender, mostly run small to medium farms, and income differences relate to farm size and education. Income mainly comes from farming, supported by livestock used as savings and insurance, which helps manage risks but does not fully eliminate economic vulnerability. Cooperatives are vital for securing capital. By combining cash crops and livestock, farmers can generate quicker income and strengthen their finances. The Alpfashids project supports the Kamoti Creations Cooperative, focusing on inclusive, sustainable development in parts of Albay and Sorsogon provinces. The project has 7 key components, from profiling and capability building to cooperative enhancement and offering holistic support from skills to market access. Early results include 38 farmers profiled, 187 trained, better management practices, working capital provided, financial coaching done, and a farm-to-table enterprise established for market assurance. Alpfashids aims to transform communities by empowering farmers with the tools and support to build resilient, sustainable livelihoods, marking a hopeful new beginning for farming in Albay. The Alpfashids project is now ready to ignite transformation, empowering sweet potato farmers with the tools, knowledge, and support they need to break free from vulnerability, build resilient livelihoods, and create thriving, sustainable communities. The future of farming and beyond starts here. It starts now, and it starts with you.
In a world where opportunities aren't always equal, leveling the playing field, especially in education, is essential. At the heart of the Bicol region, in the shadows of majestic Mayon, Bicol University champions an inclusive and equitable education anchored in its admissions equity policy. Our dream, our vision. As a university for humanity for sustainable societies, Bicol University, a state university for Bicolano scholars, was confronted with a hard truth. Inequality persists. High-income students outpace low-income peers, not by merit but by advantage. We dare to change that. In the midst of this challenge, we dare to dream and build on our vision of inclusion and equity in education. Bicol University College Entrance Test meets socio-economic profile. We reimagined admissions factoring in socioeconomic context while keeping standards high. More marginalized students admitted without excluding the best and brightest from any group. Excellence kept, equity strengthened. The result? Inclusion and equity in action, reflecting our vision of a university for humanity for sustainable societies. We tackled hidden costs from housing to program fees, ensuring support beyond the gates. With nearly 9,000 scholars, support walks with our students toward employment and empowerment. We deliver on quality education for all. Real access breaks barriers, transforms lives. Bicol University, education without barriers, success without limits.
The Bicol University Libraries has been a hub for students and faculty to access books, journals, and other resources physically. It has served as a central place for learning, research, and community engagement in the university. However, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we face significant obstacles.
COVID-19, coronavirus, COVID-19.
Despite these challenges, the dedicated librarians of Bicol University refuse to let these obstacles hinder access to information. We took the initiative to innovate and find ways to continue serving the needs of our clientele even from our homes. Out of our initiative came Ask Riza, our reference and information search assistance platform. This digital platform was designed to provide remote support, helping students and faculty access information and research guidance from wherever they are. Patrons can ask questions, seek research help, and get reliable information without physically visiting the library.
In 2021, classes in BU are on blended learning modality. With the help of Estlisa, I managed to access resources even when I'm at home.
As a frequent library user, I was really amazed how the Bicol University Library adapted during the pandemic with their online services. It really helped me, and the staff and the people in the library are really a chat away.
This initiative not only helps us cope with the pandemic, but also pave the way for future digital library services. It exemplifies how innovation and collaboration can transform challenges into opportunities. As we move forward, such innovations will continue to enhance our library's role in supporting learning and research. At the heart of it all, we remain committed of bringing unending library service for humanity.
For persons deprived of liberty, time inside is not just a sentence. It's a test of dignity, hope, and opportunity. To turn deprivation into transformation, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology partnered with Bicol University in the project Expanding Productive Opportunities or EXPO to empower PDLs in the province of Albay through livelihood and technical skills training. Since 2019, over 200 PDLs have been trained in various programs: arts and craft, food processing, automotive servicing, solid waste entrepreneurship, and basic electronics. EXPO doesn't just teach skills, it restores purpose, rebuild lives, and prepare PDLs for reintegration with dignity. Bicol University aims to expand EXPO's reach across more BJMP facilities, bridging education, rehabilitation, and inclusive nation building. Because every life, no matter where it begins or what it's been through, deserves a second chance to learn, grow, and thrive.
Skills training is one of the program na ini-implement po namin sa aming mga PDLs. So ito po yung way para mabigyan sila ng training kung ano man yung available skills na meron sila. Para at least paglabas nila sa society ay meron silang baon-baon at magagamit nila.
We already have established a memorandum of agreement in 2018 and it has continuing since this day. But looking ahead, we thought of transforming not only the lives of the PDLs through short training program, through a degree.
At Bicol University, where over 25,000 students share only 8 licensed guidance counselors and 2 licensed psychologists, this gap could have meant silence. But instead, BU acts. We commit to turning our classrooms, campuses, and communities into safe spaces for hope, healing, and purpose.
We are here to listen. We are here to care.
As a university for humanity, Bicol University advances mental health not as an afterthought, but as a foundation for education. The BU Student Welfare Mental Health Program is anchored on 3 guiding principles: proactively defining student needs and challenges, embracing student identity and belief systems, and reframing the future with hope and purpose.
As one of the psychologists and an advocate for suicide prevention, I have witnessed BU's suicide prevention efforts as holistic, strategical, and deeply human.
Bicol University has seen a measurable rise in help-seeking behaviors and 0 recorded student suicide deaths from 2022 to present.
The BU president, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III, has been shortlisted for the 2025 International Association for Suicide Prevention Awards, recognizing BU's leadership in student mental health.
At BU, suicide prevention is not just a program, it's a promise. We don't just educate, we listen, we care, we save lives.
Education transforms lives. Through basic education, children unlock their potential, explore possibilities, and build foundations for a brighter future. But across classrooms, many learners struggle with foundational skills like reading and numeracy. The learning gap grows wider. Too many are left behind. With compassion and commitment, Bicol University, through its College of Education, launched Project Uswag. Uswag is a local Bicol term which means progress. It's an extension service rooted in empathy, dedicated to making learning joyful and effective, leading to progress. Future educators from Bicol University prepare with care as they bring Project Uswag to the community. They undergo orientation, simulations, and build customized materials, ready to meet learners where they are. Personalized teaching bridges gaps, one learner at a time. Through hands-on tutorials, Bicol University teacher education students develop real-world skills and deeper understanding. In neighborhoods and barangays, Project Uswag reaches the underserved. It advocates progress for all children. True to its name, Uswag, to move forward, to advance. Remedial teaching today, on-time instruction tomorrow, advanced learning soon after. This is our vision for the future. With strong foundations, every learner can rise, can uswag to meet their full potential. At Bicol University, we educate the children of today, laying the foundations of tomorrow.
Patulong po ito sa akin.
With the Bicol University College of Education Project Uswag, learning begins and hope never ends.
What if every person, regardless of career path, was trained to think like an innovator? At Bicol University, we believe that the entrepreneurial mind is not a business mindset. It's a human skill and a necessity. That's why every single student across all degree programs takes entrepreneurial mind as a